Welcome to Mystic Sleep Tales. Before we begin this quiet journey through an evening in Victorian England, I invite you to settle yourself into the most comfortable position you can find, whether that be lying down with your head resting softly upon your pillow, or sitting in a way that allows your shoulders to drop away from your ears and your breath to move freely through your chest. There is no urgency to this moment, no task that requires your immediate attention, and nothing you must accomplish before you allow yourself to simply be present here, in this space, with these words that are meant only to guide you gently toward rest and peaceful sleep. Let your eyes close if they have not done so already, or if you prefer, allow them to rest half open, focused on nothing in particular, simply receiving the dim light of your room without effort or intention. Your breathing need not be controlled or directed, but rather allowed to find its own natural rhythm, the way a stream finds its path through a meadow without thought or planning, flowing as it has always flowed, as it will always flow, requiring nothing from you except your gentle awareness of its presence. With each breath that enters your body, you might notice a slight expansion in your chest or your abdomen, and with each breath that leaves, you might notice a subtle settling, a small release of tension that you perhaps did not even know you were carrying. The weight of your body against whatever surface supports you is something you can allow yourself to feel more fully now. Noticing how your shoulders rest, how your back makes contact with the bed or chair beneath you, how your arms lie quietly at your sides or upon your lap, requiring no movement, no adjustment, no action whatsoever. Your legs, too, can simply exist in their current position, the muscles gradually letting go of whatever holding patterns they have maintained throughout the day, the joints softening, the feet releasing their connection to the floor or the bed, becoming merely feet, merely legs, merely parts of a body that is learning once again how to rest. There is a particular quality to the moments before sleep, a threshold state in which the concerns of the day begin to lose their sharp edges and the world takes on a softer, more dreamlike character. Thoughts may still arise in your mind, and that is perfectly natural and requires no correction or judgment from you. For thoughts are simply what minds do, just as breathing is what bodies do. And you need not engage with these thoughts or follow them wherever they might lead, but can instead observe them as you might observe clouds drifting across a summer sky, present and real, and yet somehow distant, somehow not requiring your participation or your analysis. The story that follows is set in a time long past, in the waning years of the 19th century, in a city by the water where the working day ended as the light faded and people returned to their lodgings to find what rest they could before the next morning called them back to their labor. This is not a story of drama or excitement, but rather a story of quiet routines and ordinary moments, the kind of moments that make up the vast majority of human existence, but which we so rarely pause to observe or appreciate. It is a story designed to occupy just enough of your attention to draw your mind away from whatever worries or concerns might otherwise keep you wakeful, while allowing the deeper parts of your consciousness to drift naturally towards sleep. So let us begin our gentle descent into this other time and place, moving slowly, without haste, into the amber-lit world of a boarding house staircase on an autumn evening in the year 1884. The house stood on a narrow street that ran parallel to the Thames, close enough to the docks that the smell of river water mingled with coal smoke and the faint tang of tar was a constant presence in the air, seeping through the window frames and settling into the very fabric of the curtains and carpets. It was one of perhaps 20 similar establishments within a stone's throw of each other. Tall, narrow buildings that had been constructed some 40 years earlier when the docks were expanding, and there was a sudden need for accommodation for the men who worked loading and unloading the ships that brought goods from every corner of the empire. The staircase occupied the center of the building, rising from the small entrance hall on the ground floor through 3 additional stories before ending at a final landing beneath the roof space where Mrs. Albright, the boarding housekeeper, stored trunks and crates and items that previous lodgers had left behind or that might prove useful at some undefined point in the future. The stairs themselves were made of oak that had darkened over the decades to a deep brown that was almost black in places where countless footsteps had worn away the original finish. And they were covered down the center with a runner of burgundy carpet that had been expensive when it was new, but which now showed its age in the way the pattern had faded to brown in the middle of each tread and the way the edges had frayed where the brass rods held it in place. On this particular evening, the last day of September as it happened, the daylight had drained from the sky at that peculiar pace that belongs exclusively to autumn, neither the sudden plunge into darkness that characterizes winter nor the long, gentle fade of summer, but rather a steady withdrawal that began around 6 o'clock and was complete by 7, leaving the city wrapped in a blackness that was interrupted only by the gas lamps that lined the streets and the occasional lighted window, where someone was still awake and occupied with some evening task. Mrs. Albright had lit the gas lamp at the foot of the stairs at precisely 5:30, as was her custom during the months when daylight could no longer be relied upon to illuminate the passage between the front door and the upper floors. The lamp hung from a bracket attached to the wall beside the first step, and its flame enclosed within a glass shade that was frosted on the outside to diffuse the light more evenly, created a pool of warm yellow illumination that extended perhaps 8 feet in every direction, reaching halfway up the first flight of stairs and casting the deep mahogany newel post at the bottom into sharp relief against the darker hallway behind it. The newel post was substantial, almost 6 inches square at its base, and rose to a height of perhaps 3 feet before being capped with a round finial that had been turned on a lathe with considerable skill, creating a series of ridges and curves that caught the lamplight and created small shadows within shadows. Mrs. Albright polished this post every Saturday morning using a mixture of beeswax and linseed oil that she made herself according to a recipe her mother had taught her, and the wood gleamed with a deep luster that spoke of decades of such careful attention. The handrail that ran upward from this post followed the angle of the stairs with a grace that was the result of careful carpentry, curving gently where it met each landing before continuing upward in a new direction. It had been shaped to fit comfortably within the human hand, neither too thick nor too thin, neither too square nor too round, but rather occupying that perfect middle ground that made it possible to grasp it securely without conscious effort or deliberate positioning of the fingers. The wood was smooth beneath the touch, worn to a satin finish by the passage of innumerable hands over the years, hands that had belonged to dock workers and clerks, to seamstresses and shop assistants, to all manner of people who had needed a place to live that was affordable on the wages they earned and that was within walking distance of their employment. The first sound that broke the stillness of the early evening was the distant clang of a church bell marking the hour of 7, the sound traveling through the air from somewhere to the west, possibly St. George's or perhaps one of the other churches that served this part of the city. The bell rang 7 times, each strike separated from the next by a space of several seconds, and after the final note had faded, there was a period of perhaps half a minute during which the only sound was the faint hiss of the gas lamp and the occasional creak of the building settling on its foundations the way old buildings do, adjusting themselves to the changing temperature as the warmth of the day gave way to the cooler air of the evening. Mrs. Albright emerged from the kitchen at the back of the ground floor, carrying in her hands a small brass tray upon which sat a cup of tea and 2 biscuits arranged on a plain white plate. She was a woman of 53 years, neither tall nor short, neither stout nor slender, but rather possessing the build of someone who had spent most of her adult life on her feet, performing the countless small tasks that constitute the management of a household. Her hair, which had once been a dark brown, but which was now streaked liberally with gray, was pulled back from her face and secured at the base of her neck in a simple knot, and she wore a dress of dark blue cotton covered by a white apron that showed the stains of the day's work despite having been washed and ironed just that morning. She paused at the foot of the stairs and set the tray down on the narrow table that stood against the wall opposite the gas lamp, a table whose surface was barely wide enough to accommodate a lamp or a small vase or the occasional letter waiting to be delivered to one of the lodgers. The teacup rattled very slightly in its saucer as she placed it down, a sound that was so familiar to her that she registered it only in the way one registers any repeated element of daily life, as background rather than foreground, as texture rather than event. Standing there in the amber light, Mrs. Albright turned her head upward and listened to the sounds of the house above her. From a first-floor landing, she could hear the muffled voice of Mr. Thorne, who lodged in the front room on that level, speaking to someone, though whether he was addressing another person or simply talking to himself, as he sometimes did when reviewing his accounts, was impossible to determine from this distance. Mr. Thorne was a clerk in a shipping office near the West India docks, and he spent most of his evenings transcribing figures from one ledger to another, work that he brought home with him in a leather satchel that he carried under his arm each morning when he left and each evening when he returned. From the second floor, there came no sound at all, which meant that neither Mr. Pemberton nor Mr. Ashford had yet returned from their respective places of employment. Mr. Pemberton worked at one of the warehouses along the north bank of the river, tallying goods as they were moved from ship to storage, and his hours were irregular depending on when vessels arrived and how long it took to unload their cargo. Mr. Ashford was employed as a porter at the London docks proper, and he too worked according to a schedule that varied from day to day based on the needs of the dock company and the arrival of ships requiring attention. The third floor was occupied by 3 men who shared the 2 rooms on that level, an arrangement that was somewhat less expensive than taking a private room, and which suited men whose primary need was simply a place to sleep and who spent most of their waking hours elsewhere. 2 of these men, whose names were Davies and Fletcher, worked as stevedores, the skilled laborers who were responsible for loading cargo on his ships in such a way that the weight was distributed properly and the vessel would ride correctly in the water. The third man, whose name was Howell, was employed in one of the numerous small factories that had sprung up in this part of London, manufacturing items that Mrs. Albright had never fully understood despite his attempts to explain them to her. Something to do with fittings for gas pipes, a trade that apparently required considerable precision and attention to detail. Mrs. Albright picked up her tea tray once more and carried it back toward the kitchen, her footsteps making almost no sound on the worn floorboards of the hallway. The rhythm of her walking was steady and measured, the gait of someone who had traversed this same path thousands of times, and whose body knew exactly how many steps it would take to reach the kitchen door and exactly where to place each foot to avoid the board that creaked loudly if stepped upon directly in its center. The minutes that followed were marked only by small sounds, the kind of sounds that inhabit a house during the transitional period between day and evening. The gas lamp continued its soft hissing. The building continued its occasional creaking, and somewhere outside a horse-drawn cart passed along the street, the iron-rimmed wheels striking the cobblestones with a rhythm that could be heard through the front wall of the house, growing louder as the vehicle approached, and then gradually fading as it continued on its way towards some destination that could only be guessed at. At approximately 7:15, the front door opened and Mr. Pemberton entered, bringing with him a gust of cool air from the street and the smell of the riverside that clung to his clothing and his hair. He was a man of 31 years, solidly built in the way of men who perform physical labor for their living, with shoulders that were broad and arms that showed the development of muscles used daily for lifting and carrying. His face was weathered from working outdoors in all seasons, tan during the summer months and wind-roughened during the winter, and his hair was cut short in a style that was practical rather than fashionable, requiring no particular attention or grooming beyond what could be accomplished with a comb and a splash of water. He carried under his arm the tin lunch pail that Mrs. Albright had supplied him with each morning since he had taken up residence in the house some 8 months earlier, and he paused just inside the door to remove his cap, revealing hair that was damp with sweat despite the coolness of the evening air, evidence of work that had been physically demanding and that had continued until the last possible moment before the end of the working day. The cap was made of wool that had once been dark gray, but which had faded to a lighter shade in places where it was most exposed to sunlight and weather, and he held in his left hand as he closed the door behind him with his right, using his hip to push the heavy oak panel shut until the latch engaged with a solid click. Mr. Pemberton nodded to Mrs. Albright, who had emerged from the kitchen at the sound of the door opening, and he handed her the lunch pail without speaking, a transaction that had been repeated so many times that words were unnecessary, each party knowing their role in this small ritual that marked the end of his working day and the beginning of his evening rest. Mrs. Albright accepted the pail with a slight nod of acknowledgment and disappeared back into the kitchen, where she would wash it and prepare it for the following morning, filling it with the bread and cheese and cold meat that constituted his midday meal. The sound of Mr. Pemberton's boots on the stairs was heavy and deliberate, each footfall making the wood creak under his weight as he climbed toward the second-floor landing. His pace was slow, not from any physical infirmity, but simply from the fatigue that came at the end of a long day of labor, the kind of tiredness that settles into muscles and joints and makes every movement require slightly more effort than it would under other circumstances. His hand rested on the handrail, not gripping it tightly, but simply maintaining contact with it as a form of guidance and security as he ascended. At the first-floor landing, Mr. Pemberton passed the closed door behind which Mr. Thorne continued his quiet work with ledgers and figures, and he continued upward to the second floor, where he turned to his right and walked the few paces to the door of his own room. The key that unlocked this door hung from a leather cord in his pocket, and he withdrew it and fitted it into the lock with the practiced ease of someone performing an action that had become automatic through repetition. The lock turned with a soft metallic click, the door swung inward on well-oiled hinges, and Mr. Pemberton stepped across the threshold into the private space that was his own for as long as he continued to pay the weekly rent of 3 shillings and 6pence. The door closed behind him with a sound that was neither loud nor soft, but rather occupied that middle ground that characterizes most of the sounds of ordinary domestic life, substantial enough to confirm that the door was properly shut, but not so forceful as to disturb the other inhabitants of the house. The click of the latch falling into place was followed by a moment of silence, and then came the sound of boots being removed and set down on the floor, followed by the creak of bed springs as Mr. Pemberton sat down on the edge of his narrow bed to rest for a few moments before undertaking whatever activities would occupy him during the remainder of his evening. The light from the gas lamp at the foot of the stairs reached upward to the first-floor landing, but did not extend beyond it, leaving the upper floors to gather shadows that would deepen as the evening progressed toward night. There was another gas lamp on the second-floor landing, and Mrs. Albright would light it in approximately half an hour, making her way up the stairs with the taper she used for this purpose, moving from lamp to lamp in a sequence that she had performed so many times that she could probably have done it with her eyes closed, relying entirely on her knowledge of where each lamp was positioned and how many steps lay between one and the next. The sound of Mr. Pemberton moving about in his room was faint and intermittent, consisting of footsteps that crossed from one side of the room to the other, the scrape of a chair being moved across the floor, the soft thud of something being set down on a wooden surface. These sounds were so muted by the walls and floor that separated his room from the staircase that they were barely perceptible, existing at the very edge of audibility, present but not intrusive, like the sound of rain on a window or the ticking of a clock in another room. Downstairs in the entrance hall, Mrs. Albright appeared once more, this time carrying a small oil lamp that she used for supplementary lighting when she needed to see clearly in areas that were not adequately illuminated by the gas fixtures. The lamp was made of brass with a glass chimney that protected the flame from drafts, and it cast a warm light that was slightly yellower and more intimate than the light produced by the gas lamps. She moved toward the small table where mail and messages were sometimes left for the lodgers, and she straightened a few items there, aligning a stack of newspapers more neatly and adjusting the position of a vase that held a few stems of dried flowers, dark red blooms that had once been fresh, but which Mrs. Albright kept even in their dried state, because she found their muted color and papery texture somehow pleasing. The sounds of the street outside had diminished as evening deepened into night, the traffic of carts and carriages becoming less frequent as people completed their business and made their way home or to public houses where they would spend the remaining hours before bedtime in conversation and drink. Occasionally a voice could be heard, someone calling out to a companion or exchanging a greeting with a neighbor, but these sounds were distant and sporadic, separated by long intervals of relative quiet, during which the dominant sound was the wind that had picked up slightly and was now causing the gas lamp in the street to flicker and sway on its post. At approximately 7:30, the front door opened once more and Mr. Ashford entered, bringing with him another gust of cool evening air and the particular smell of the docks, a combination of wet rope and wood and the countless cargoes that passed through the warehouses, spices and tobacco and coffee and all manner of other goods from distant places. Mr. Ashford was younger than Mr. Pemberton, perhaps 26 or 27 years old, and he possessed a more wiry build, the leanness of someone whose work involved more carrying and walking than heavy lifting, though it was certainly physically demanding in its own way. He too removed his cap upon entering, and he stood for a moment just inside the door, as if gathering himself or perhaps simply appreciating the relative warmth and shelter of the interior after hours spent in the cold wind that blew off the river. His breathing was slightly elevated, suggesting that he had been walking quickly, and small clouds of condensation formed in front of his face with each exhalation, visible in the lamplight before dissipating into the air around him. Mrs. Albright had heard the door and came once again from the direction of the kitchen, her appearance so prompt that it seemed she must have been anticipating this arrival, waiting for the sound of the latch lifting. "Mr." Ashford nodded to her in greeting, a gesture that she returned with a slight inclination of her head, and then he moved toward the stairs, his footsteps lighter than Mr. Pemberton's had been, the tread of a man who was tired but not exhausted, who still retained enough energy to climb the stairs without the heaviness that accompanies complete physical depletion. As Mr. Ashford ascended the stairs, his hand trailing along the smooth surface of the handrail, Mrs. Albright watched him for a moment before returning to the kitchen to continue whatever preparations she was making for the lodgers' suppers, which would be served in the dining room at the back of the house beginning at 8 o'clock for those who wished to take their evening meal there. Not all of the lodgers chose to eat in the house every night, some preferring to take their suppers at one of the numerous cook shops or public houses in the neighborhood. But usually at least 3 or 4 men would be present at the table, and Mrs. Albright would serve the mutton or beef or occasionally fish, along with potatoes and whatever vegetables were available at a reasonable price from the market stalls near the docks. The passage of Mr. Ashford up the stairs marked another small increment in the evening's progression, another step in the transition from the activity of the day to the stillness of night. His footsteps faded as he reached the second-floor landing and turned toward his own room, which was opposite Mr. Pemberton's, facing the front of the house rather than the back. A moment later came the sound of his door opening and then closing, another small punctuation mark in the ongoing rhythm of the boarding house evening. The building settled once more into relative quiet, the only sounds being those that were constant rather than occasional, the hissing of the gas lamp and the creaking of old wood and the faint sound from the street that penetrated the front wall despite the solidness of its construction. In Mr. Pemberton's room, there was movement, soft and unhurried, the sounds of someone preparing for an evening of rest. And from Mr. Ashford's room, there came similar sounds, both men engaging in the small rituals of washing and changing into clothes that were less dusty and damp than those they had worn during their working hours. The gas lamp at the foot of the stairs continued to burn with its steady yellow flame, creating that pool of warm light that seemed to exist in a sphere of its own, separate somehow from the darkness that pressed in from above and from the sides. The flame moved very slightly within its glass enclosure, responding to air currents that were too subtle to be felt, but which affected the gas as it burned, causing the light to pulse almost imperceptibly, brightening and dimming in a rhythm that was too slow to be easily noticed, but which contributed to the slightly hypnotic quality of watching a gas flame for any length of time. Mrs. Albright appeared at the foot of the stairs once more, this time carrying the long taper that she used to light the upper lamps. The taper was simply a thin wooden stick that had been dipped repeatedly in wax until it had accumulated enough coating to burn for the time it took to ascend through the house and light each of the gas lamps in sequence. She lit the taper from the flame of the lamp at the base of the stairs, tilting the glass shade slightly to gain access to the flame. And then she began her ascent, moving with the deliberate pace of someone who was in no hurry and who knew that hurrying would accomplish nothing except perhaps causing her to miss a step or lose her balance. The flame of the taper flickered as she climbed, responding to the movement of the air around her and to her own passage through space, and it cast moving shadows on the walls beside her, shadows that elongated and contracted as she moved past the balusters that supported the handrail, each baluster creating its own small band of darkness that slid along the wall as she passed. The sound of her footsteps was different from those of the men who had preceded her up these stairs, lighter and more rapid, the tread of someone who climbed these stairs multiple times each day and whose legs were accustomed to the exercise and whose breathing did not increase noticeably despite the exertion. At the first floor landing, Mrs. Albright paused and lit the gas lamp that hung there, reaching up with the taper to touch its flame to the burner after having first turned the small valve that allowed gas to flow. There was a soft pop as the gas ignited, and then the flame settled into its characteristic shape, blue at the base where it emerged from the burner and yellow-orange at the tips where it reached upward toward the ceiling. She adjusted the flame slightly, turning the valve to reduce the flow of gas until the flame was the size she preferred, neither so large that it would waste fuel nor so small that it would fail to adequately illuminate the landing. With the first floor lamp now burning, Mrs. Albright continued her ascent to the second floor, where she repeated the process, lighting the lamp that hung on that landing and adjusting its flame to match the others. The accumulation of light as each lamp was lit changed the character of the stairwell, pushing back the darkness that had been creeping down from above and creating discrete pools of illumination at each landing, pools that were separated by the dimmer sections of the stairs themselves, but which together constituted a vertical chain of light that extended from the ground floor to the uppermost reaches of the house. On the third floor, Mrs. Albright lit the final lamp in the sequence, and then she stood for a moment on that highest landing, looking down the well of the staircase toward the ground floor far below. From this vantage point, the lamps appeared as circles of light suspended in the darkness, each one marking a landing, each one representing a boundary between one floor and the next. The effect was curiously beautiful in a way that Mrs. Albright rarely paused to appreciate, being too occupied with the practical business of managing the house to spend much time in aesthetic contemplation. But on this particular evening, for reasons she could not have articulated, she stood and looked downward for perhaps half a minute before turning away and beginning her descent back to the ground floor. The taper had burned down to perhaps half its original length by the time Mrs. Albright reached the bottom of the stairs once more, and she extinguished it by dipping the glowing tip into a small jar of sand that she kept on the table in the entrance hall specifically for this purpose. The sand hissed very faintly as the hot wax made contact with it, and a thin stream of smoke rose upward from the extinguished taper, carrying with it the smell of burned wax, which mingled with the other smells of the house, the coal smoke from the kitchen range, and the smell of the gas, and the various odors associated with human occupation, not unpleasant, but present. The accumulated evidence of people living in close proximity to one another. With the lamps now lit throughout the house, the staircase took on a different quality, no longer a passage through darkness, but rather an illuminated pathway that connected the various floors and the various lives being lived on those floors. The light did not extend into the rooms themselves, which were lit by their own gas fixtures or by candles or oil lamps, depending on the preferences and circumstances of the occupants. But it provided sufficient illumination for anyone moving between floors to see where they were going and to place their feet securely on each step without fear of stumbling or missing their footing. Time continued its steady progression toward the hour when supper would be served, marked not so much by the clock as by the various sounds and activities that preceded the meal. Mrs. Albright could be heard moving about in the kitchen, and the smell of cooking began to drift through the house. The smell of meat being fried and vegetables being boiled and bread being warmed in the oven. These smells rose through the stairwell along with the warm air from the kitchen, carrying with them the promise of sustenance and the comfort that comes from food prepared and served in a familiar environment. From the third floor there came the sound of voices, Davies and Fletcher speaking to each other in tones too low to make out individual words, but loud enough to indicate that both men had returned from their work and were engaged in conversation, probably about the events of their day, or about plans for the following day, or perhaps about nothing in particular. Simply talking for the sake of companionship and to fill the time before they would go downstairs to eat. The third man, Howell, had not yet returned, which was not unusual, as his hours were sometimes longer than those of the stevedores, and he occasionally did not arrive home until well after 8 o'clock. The sound of a door opening came from the second floor, followed by footsteps as Mr. Ashford emerged from his room and made his way toward the stairs. He had changed out of his work clothes and now wore a clean shirt and different trousers, and he had washed his face and hands so that he no longer carried the grime of the docks quite so obviously upon his person. His appearance was still rough by the standards of more affluent parts of the city, but it was the roughness of honest labor rather than of dissipation or neglect, the roughness of hands that worked and skin that was exposed to all weathers. Mr. Ashford descended the stairs with one hand resting lightly on the handrail, his boots making their familiar sound on the wooden treads, and he passed through the entrance hall without pausing, continuing on toward the dining room at the back of the house. The table there would already be laid with the plain white plates and simple utensils that Mrs. Albright used for the lodgers' meals, and there would be a large teapot sitting in the center of the table, kept warm by a knitted cozy that Mrs. Albright had made many years ago, and which had faded from its original bright colors to softer, more muted shades of blue and green. A few minutes later, Mr. Pemberton emerged from his room as well, having completed whatever rest or preparation he had needed before facing the prospect of supper and the remainder of the evening. He too had changed his clothes and attempted to remove the most obvious evidence of his day's work, though the calluses on his hands and the weathering of his face were permanent features that no amount of washing could alter. He descended the stairs in his characteristic heavy-footed manner, and he too continued on toward the dining room, where Mr. Ashford was already seated at the table, waiting for the meal to be served. The arrival of Mr. Thorne from the first floor completed the gathering of those lodgers who would take their evening meal at the boarding house on this particular night. Mr. Thorne was different in appearance from the other two men, being less physically robust and showing less obvious evidence of manual labor. But he too carried the marks of his daily work, in his case the slight stoop of someone who spent long hours bent over ledgers, and the tired look around his eyes that came from working by inadequate light, straining to read small figures and to write neatly in cramped columns. Mrs. Albright began to serve the meal, carrying plates from the kitchen to the dining room in a steady procession, each plate containing a portion of the fried mutton and potatoes and boiled cabbage that she had prepared. The men ate in relative silence, speaking only occasionally to request that something be passed or to comment briefly on some matter related to work or to the house. This was the customary pattern of their evening meals. Each man focused primarily on the food before him, appreciating the warmth and substance of it after a long day of labor, too tired for extensive conversation, but deriving some comfort from the presence of others engaged in the same activity. The sounds of eating filled the dining room, the scrape of knives and forks against plates, the occasional clink of a glass being set back down on the wooden table, the sound of chewing and swallowing, and the quiet exhalations that accompanied the satisfaction of hunger being addressed. Outside, the wind continued to blow and rain began to fall, the first drops making soft pattering sounds against the windows that overlooked the small backyard, and then increasing in volume as the rain became steadier, creating a constant background noise that was neither pleasant nor unpleasant, but simply present, a fact of the weather on this particular evening in late September. After the meal had been consumed and the plates had been cleared away by Mrs. Albright, the men departed the dining room and went their separate ways within the house. Mr. Thorne returned to his ledgers on the first floor. Mr. Pemberton climbed back up to the second floor to spend the remainder of his evening in whatever manner he chose, possibly reading one of the newspapers that were available in the front parlor, or perhaps simply lying on his bed and resting until sleep overcame him. Mr. Ashford, too, returned to his room, and the house settled once more into the pattern of individual occupancy behind closed doors, each man contained within his own small space, separated from the others by walls and doors, but connected by their shared occupancy of the same building and their shared circumstances as working men living away from wherever they had originated. Mrs. Albright washed the dishes and put the kitchen in order for the night, a process that took perhaps half an hour and which she performed with the efficiency of long practice, each item being washed and dried and returned to its proper place in the cupboards or on the shelves that lined one wall of the kitchen. When this work was complete, she made herself a cup of tea and sat down at the small table where she took her own meals separate from the lodgers, maintaining the division between her role as keeper of the house and their role as its temporary occupants. The rain continued to fall, sometimes harder and sometimes softer, but maintaining its general presence as a steady downpour that would likely continue through much of the night. The sound of it on the roof and against the windows was soothing in its way, a reminder of being sheltered and warm while the world outside was wet and cold. The gas lamps throughout the house continued to burn, their flames steady within their glass enclosures, providing light for anyone who might need to move through the building during the evening hours. At some point between 9 and 9:30, Howell finally returned, entering through the front door with the same rush of cool air that had accompanied the earlier arrivals, though now the air was also wet from the rain, and he himself was damp despite having attempted to stay dry by walking quickly and keeping his head down. He stood for a moment inside the entrance hall, water dripping from his coat onto the floorboards, and then he removed the coat and hung it on one of the hooks provided for this purpose near the door, where it could drip without causing any particular problem, and where it might begin to dry before morning. Howell's arrival was noted by Mrs. Albright, who emerged from the kitchen to inform him that his supper had been kept warm for him and was available if he wished to eat. He indicated that he did, and so she led the way to the dining room and brought him his plate, and he sat alone at the table that had earlier accommodated his fellow lodgers, eating with the concentration of someone who is hungry and tired and wants primarily to consume his food and then retire to his room. The sounds of his eating were similar to the sounds that had been made earlier, though now they echoed slightly in the empty room, highlighting his solitude in a way that might have been melancholy if considered from a certain perspective, but which Howell himself probably did not perceive as particularly significant. He had grown accustomed to eating alone on nights when his work kept him late, and he likely thought of it simply as one of the minor inconveniences of his employment rather than as anything deserving of deeper reflection. When he had finished, Howell brought his plate to the kitchen, another small courtesy that Mrs. Albright appreciated but did not require, and then he made his way upstairs, his footsteps sounding on the risers as he climbed toward the third floor, passing the pools of light at each landing, moving through shadow and emerging into light and entering shadow again as he continued his ascent. The sound of his arrival on the third floor was marked by a brief exchange of greetings with Davies and Fletcher, whose voices could be heard through their closed door, and then came the sound of his own door opening and closing, and the house had received its final occupant for the night. Mrs. Albright completed her evening tasks in the kitchen and then made her own way through the ground floor, checking that the front door was properly secured, though not locked, as the lodgers needed to be able to come and go as they pleased, and checking that the windows were fastened and that no fires had been left unattended. These checks were part of her nightly routine, performed as automatically as breathing, requiring no particular thought or decision, but simply executed as a matter of habit. She dimmed the gas lamp in the entrance hall, not extinguishing it entirely, but reducing the flow of gas so that the flame became smaller and the light less bright, providing just enough illumination for anyone moving through the hall during the night to see their way without the expense of burning the lamp at full strength through hours when it was not needed. The lamp on each landing would be similarly dimmed later, once she was confident that all movement through the house had ceased for the night. The rain continued its steady drumming on the roof and against the windows, and the wind that drove it occasionally intensified, causing the rain to strike the glass with greater force and creating a rushing sound in the chimney that served the kitchen range. These sounds became the primary acoustic environment of the house as the evening deepened toward night, replacing the sounds of human activity that had characterized the earlier hours, footsteps and voices, and the domestic sounds of doors opening and closing and dishes being handled. In the individual rooms throughout the house, the lodgers were settling into their personal evening routines. Some read by the light of candles or small oil lamps, the pages of newspapers or books rustling as they turned. Others simply lay on their beds in the dim light, resting bodies that were tired from the day's labor, perhaps thinking about nothing in particular, or perhaps reviewing the events of the day or anticipating the work that would need to be done on the following morning. The quality of their rest varied, depending on numerous factors, their individual levels of fatigue, their comfort or discomfort with their beds and their rooms, their satisfaction or dissatisfaction with their circumstances, but all of them were engaged in that gradual process of winding down that precedes sleep, the transition from wakefulness to rest that the body begins to prepare for as the day comes to its close. Mrs. Albright made her way to her own room, which was located on the ground floor near the kitchen, a small space that was made even smaller by the furniture it contained, a narrow bed and a wardrobe, and a small chest of drawers, and a chair positioned near the window, where she sometimes sat in the afternoons when she had a few moments of leisure. The room was not particularly comfortable or attractive, but it was hers, a private space where she could close the door and be separate from the constant demands of managing the house and attending to the needs of the lodgers. Before retiring, she made one final circuit of the ground floor, moving through the entrance hall and the dining room and the front parlor where newspapers and a few books were kept for the use of anyone who wished to read them. Everything was in order, as she had known it would be, but the checking provided a sense of completion to the day, a confirmation that all tasks had been performed and all responsibilities had been met, and it was now permissible to rest. She returned to the foot of the stairs and stood there for a moment, looking upward toward the landings above, seeing the dimmed glow of the gas lamps creating their pools of light, hearing the soft sounds of the house settling and the rain falling and the occasional creak of floorboards as someone moved about in one of the upper rooms. The moment had a quality of stillness to it despite the presence of all these sounds, a sense that the day had been completed and the night was beginning and everything was as it should be. The ordinary rhythm of life in a boarding house near the docks in a city by a river in a country that was at the height of its imperial power, but whose ordinary citizens lived lives that were concerned primarily with the immediate requirements of survival and modest comfort. Mrs. Albright dimmed the lamp at the foot of the stairs to match the others, and then she turned away and went to her room, where she closed the door and began her own preparations for sleep, removing the apron she had worn throughout the day and hanging it on a hook behind the door, changing into a nightdress that was made of plain cotton and had been washed so many times that the fabric had become soft and thin, unbinding her hair from its knot and allowing it to fall around her shoulders before quickly braiding it for sleeping. She extinguished the candle she had been using for light, and the room fell into darkness except for the faint glow that came from the coals still burning in the kitchen range, visible through the gap at the bottom of her door. This dim red glow was barely perceptible, but it was there, a last trace of warmth and light before the complete darkness of deepest night. In the rooms above, candles and lamps were being extinguished one by one as the lodgers surrendered themselves to sleep, and the house gradually became darker, the pools of light from the dimmed gas lamps on the landings being the only illumination remaining in the stairwell. These lamps would burn through the night, their flames reduced to the minimum but still present, still casting their faint yellow glow, still marking the passage between floors, still providing enough light so that anyone who needed to rise during the night and make their way to the water closet on the second-floor landing could do so without complete disorientation. The sounds of the house became fewer and more subtle as sleep claimed its occupants. The rain continued, sometimes intensifying and sometimes diminishing, but never ceasing entirely, and the wind continued to move through the narrow streets and around the corners of buildings, finding its way through gaps and cracks, causing window panes to rattle very slightly in their frames, and creating small drafts that made the gas flames flutter despite their glass enclosures. On the third floor, Davies and Fletcher had ceased their conversation and were now silent, presumably asleep or very nearly so. Howell, too, was quiet in his portion of that floor, his breathing having settled into the slow, deep rhythm that characterizes sleep his body finally at rest after the long day of work at the factory. On the second floor, both Mr. Pemberton and Mr. Ashford were likewise still, their rooms dark, their presence marked only by the occasional creak of a bed frame as someone shifted position in their sleep. Mr. Thorne, on the first floor, had finally put aside his ledgers and extinguished his lamp, giving himself over to rest despite his tendency to work later than was probably wise, driven by some combination of conscientiousness and perhaps also by the simple desire to have something to occupy his mind during the long evening hours. The house knew his patterns as it knew the patterns of all its occupants, the early risers and the late sleepers, the heavy walkers and the light steppers, the ones who snored and the ones who were silent, the ones who used the water closet multiple times each night, and the ones who slept through until morning. Mrs. Albright lay in her bed, listening to the rain and thinking about nothing in particular, that state of mind that comes when one is tired but not yet quite ready to sleep, when thoughts drift without direction or purpose, touching on various subjects without dwelling on any of them, a memory from earlier in the day, a task that would need to be done tomorrow. A fleeting image of something seen or heard that had registered without particular significance at the time, but which surfaced now in the darkness. The house around her was solid and familiar. Every sound it made known to her through years of occupation. Every creak and groan and rattle part of a language that she understood without translation. She knew which board in the second floor hallway squeaked when stepped upon. She knew which window rattled most loudly when the wind came from the east. She knew that the pipes in the kitchen range made a particular ticking sound as they expanded and contracted with changes in temperature. This knowledge was not something she had acquired deliberately or through study, but rather something that had accumulated gradually over time, each small observation adding to the total until she had built up a complete mental map of the house and its characteristics, a map that operated below the level of conscious thought, but which informed her awareness at every moment. When she heard a sound in the night, she could immediately identify its source and nature, could distinguish between the normal sounds of the house settling and adjusting to temperature changes and the sounds that might indicate something requiring attention. But tonight there were no unusual sounds, only the familiar ones, and she could feel herself beginning to drift towards sleep, that curious state in which consciousness gradually loosens its grip on perception and the boundary between waking and dreaming becomes indistinct. Thoughts became less coherent. Images arose and dissolved without apparent connection to anything that had preceded them, and her awareness of her body and its position in the bed became less definite, less bounded, as if she were beginning to disperse into the surrounding darkness. The rain continued its percussion on a roof and against the windows, a sound that was both present and somehow distant, registered by the ears, but not occupying the full attention of the mind, existing instead as a kind of texture to the silence, a variation in the quality of the darkness through which consciousness moved on its way toward complete dissolution into sleep. The wind, too, continued, but it seemed to be diminishing slightly, or perhaps it was simply that awareness of it was diminishing, that the threshold of perception was rising as sleep approached, filtering out more and more of the sensory input that had been present and noticeable earlier in the evening. Upstairs, the gas lamps continued their patient vigil, burning with flames so small that they produced almost no heat and very little light, but enough to maintain their presence through the hours of darkness. enough to ensure that the stairs remain passable should anyone need to navigate them. The yellow glow they cast on the walls and landings had a quality that was somehow timeless, creating pools of light that existed independent of the clocks and calendars by which human beings measured their days. Pools of light that would look essentially the same whether viewed at midnight or at 3 in the morning or at any other hour of the night. The building itself seemed to breathe, to expand slightly and then contract, the wood of its frame responding to minute changes in temperature and humidity, the settling of its foundations continuing the infinitesimally slow process that had been ongoing since the house was constructed 4 decades earlier. These movements were far too small to be directly perceived by human senses, but their effects accumulated over years and decades. The slight sagging of a floor here, the minor gap that developed between a door and its frame there, the gradual wearing away of the edges of stone steps, the accumulation of patina on brass fixtures, all the small changes that mark the passage of time in structures built by human hands. In the darkness of her room, Mrs. Albright's breathing had slowed and deepened, indicating that she had crossed that threshold into actual sleep, her consciousness having finally surrendered to the accumulated fatigue of the day and the comfort of being horizontal and still and warm beneath the covers of her bed. Her dreams, if she was having them, were private and unknowable, occurring in that interior space that is inaccessible to anyone else, that space where the mind processes and sorts and makes whatever sense it can of the day's experiences. The other sleepers throughout the house were similarly engaged in their private interior journeys, each one dreaming or not dreaming according to the mysterious logic of their individual nervous systems, each one processing in their own way the physical fatigue and mental impressions that had accumulated during their waking hours. Some slept heavily, barely moving throughout the night, while others shifted and turned frequently, their sleep lighter and more fragmented, interrupted perhaps by dreams or by physical discomfort or by the vague anxieties that sometimes surface in the darkness when the conscious mind is no longer fully in control. The staircase stood in its perpetual role as connector and divider, linking the various floors while also marking the boundaries between them, providing access while also requiring the effort of climbing, existing as both pathway and obstacle depending on one's perspective and circumstances. The gas lamps on the landings continued to provide their minimal illumination, their flames so steady now in the stillness of the sleeping house that they appeared almost motionless, as if frozen in place, though in fact they were still burning, still consuming gas, still producing light and a negligible amount of heat. The rain began to diminish as the night progressed past midnight and toward the early morning hours, the heavy downpour that had characterized the earlier part of the evening giving way to a lighter, more intermittent precipitation, drops rather than sheets, individual impacts rather than a continuous roar. This change in the quality of the rain altered the acoustic environment of the house very slightly, making the silence more profound in the intervals between one gust of rain and the next, allowing other sounds to become briefly audible before being covered again by the next wave of drops against glass and roof tiles. A church bell somewhere in the distance struck 2, the sound carrying through the damp air with unusual clarity. 14 separate strikes that marked the passage of time in a way that the sleeping occupants of the house were unlikely to register consciously, but which might perhaps enter into their dreams as an element requiring incorporation into whatever narrative their sleeping minds were constructing. Mrs. Albright stirred slightly at the sound, some part of her consciousness registering it as information about where she was in the night's progression. But she did not wake, simply adjusting her position very slightly, and then settling back into deeper sleep. The hours between 2 and dawn were perhaps the quietest of all, the period when even those who had been restless earlier in the night had finally settled into deeper and more stable sleep, when the city outside was at its most still, when even the traffic of night workers and late revelers had largely ceased, and the streets belonged primarily to the occasional constable making his rounds, and to the cats and rats and other creatures that inhabited the shadows and emerged only when human. Activity had receded to its minimum. The gas lamps continued their burning, the flames perhaps even smaller now than they had been earlier, as the pressure in the gas mains decreased slightly during these hours when demand was lowest, but still burning, still maintaining their purpose of providing light in darkness, still marking the landings and illuminating the stairs, still fulfilling the function for which they had been installed decades ago, when gas lighting was new and represented a significant advancement over the candles and oil lamps that had preceded it. The house made its small sounds through these deep night hours, sounds that were noticed by no one who was awake, because no one was awake, sounds that existed in a space beyond human observation, creaks and groans, and the soft scraping of wood against wood, the settling of old structures under the force of gravity and time, the endless accommodation of materials to the forces acting upon them, compression and tension, and the slight movements that these forces produced over spans of time that were measured in years and decades rather than in hours and days. As the hour of 3 passed, and then 4, the quality of the darkness began to change very subtly, not yet lightening in any way that could be described as dawn, but rather losing some of its absolute density, as if in anticipation of the light that would eventually come. This change was far too subtle to be perceived by anyone asleep, and even someone awake might not have noticed it, requiring as it did careful attention to very slight gradations of darkness. But it was real nonetheless, a function of the Earth's rotation bringing this portion of its surface incrementally closer to the moment when the sun would once again become visible above the horizon. The lodgers slept on, unaware of these subtle changes, their bodies and minds engaged in the restorative processes that sleep provides, the cellular repair and the cognitive consolidation, and all the other mysterious activities that occur during these hours when consciousness withdraws and the organism turns its attention inward, maintaining and preparing itself for another day of activity and experience. Their breathing continued its steady rhythm, their hearts continued their beating, and the blood continued its circulation through vessels and organs, all the automatic processes that sustain life proceeding without any requirement for conscious direction or awareness. Mrs. Albright, too, remained deeply asleep, her consciousness thoroughly disengaged from the external world, her dreams, if any, unfolding in that private interior space that would leave perhaps only the faintest traces in her memory when she eventually woke, vague impressions of themes or images or emotions that would quickly fade upon contact with waking awareness, becoming merely a residue, a sense that something had occurred during the night, even if the details were no longer accessible. The rain had stopped entirely by the time 4 o'clock passed and 5 o'clock approached, leaving the streets wet and the air damp, but the sky no longer actively contributing additional moisture. The wind, too, had diminished to almost nothing, allowing the air to become still and cold and dense, settling into the low places and creating pockets of fog that would persist until the sun had been up for some time and had warmed the air enough to disperse them. The gas lamps continued burning through this final portion of the night, their flames still steady despite the hours they had been burning, still consuming the gas that flowed to them through the pipes that ran through the house, still converting that gas into light and heat through the chemical process of combustion that had become so familiar and reliable that it was no longer thought of as remarkable or even particularly noteworthy, simply as one of the many technologies that people of this era used without much consideration of their underlying principles or their historical development. As 5 o'clock arrived and then passed, the darkness finally began to lift in earnest, not suddenly, but gradually, the sky changing from black to dark gray to lighter gray, the transition so subtle that any single moment looked essentially like the moment that had preceded it. But the accumulation of these moments producing a definite change that could be perceived if one compared the quality of light at 5 o'clock with its quality at 4 or at 5:30. This was the beginning of dawn, the slow return of daylight that would eventually lead to sunrise and the commencement of another day, another cycle of waking and working and returning and sleeping, the endless repetition that characterized the lives of the people who inhabited this house and millions of other houses throughout the city and the country and the world. Thank you so very much for spending this quiet evening with us in that Victorian boarding house near the docks, allowing the gentle rhythms of gas lamps and soft footsteps to carry you toward peaceful rest. If you have found some comfort or relaxation in this journey through time, you might consider leaving a quiet mark of your presence, perhaps by subscribing to share in future restful wanderings, though there is no obligation whatsoever, only the invitation to return whenever you feel the need for such calm and gentle company. May your sleep be deep and undisturbed, and may tomorrow find you well rested and renewed. The first stirrings of life in the boarding house began not with any sudden noise or dramatic event, but with the gradual emergence of consciousness in Mrs. Albright, whose internal clock had been calibrated over decades to wake her at approximately 5:30 each morning, regardless of the season or the weather or how well she had slept during the preceding night. Her eyes opened in the dim grayness of pre-dawn, and for a moment she lay still, oriented herself to the day and to her circumstances, registering the coolness of the air in her room and the faint sounds of the city beginning to wake around her. She rose from her bed without haste, her movements still somewhat slow and stiff from sleep, but becoming more fluid as her muscles warmed and her circulation increased with activity. The floor was cold beneath her bare feet, and she quickly stepped into the slippers that waited beside her bed, old worn things that provided more symbolic protection than actual warmth, but which were better than nothing. She wrapped a shawl around her shoulders over her nightdress and moved to the window, drawing back the curtain very slightly to look out at the street and assess the weather and the general state of the morning. The street was still quite dark, though no longer the profound darkness of full night, and it was empty of people at this hour, though she could see in the distance the figure of what was probably a lamplighter making his rounds to extinguish the street lamps that had burned through the night. The cobblestones were wet from the rain that had fallen during the evening, and puddles had formed in the low spots where the paving was uneven, reflecting what little light was available from the sky and from the few windows where other early risers had already lit their lamps. Mrs. Albright let the curtain fall back into place and turned her attention to the task of getting dressed, removing her nightdress and putting on the layers of undergarments that were customary for women of her era and class, the chemise and the petticoat and the corset that she laced with practiced efficiency, not pulling it particularly tight because she had no need to achieve any specific silhouette, and because she valued comfort and the ability to move freely over the constraints of fashion. Over these undergarments, she put on the same dark blue cotton dress she had worn the previous day, smoothing it down over her hips and fastening the numerous small buttons that ran up the front from waist to neck. When she was dressed, she braided her hair and wound it into its customary knot at the base of her neck, securing it with pins that she retrieved from the small dish on her dresser, where she kept them overnight. She looked at herself briefly in the small mirror that hung above the dresser, not from vanity, but simply to confirm that everything was in order and that she presented the appearance of respectability and cleanliness that she believed was appropriate for someone in her position. Satisfied with what she saw, she turned away from the mirror and prepared to begin the day's work. The kitchen range had been banked the previous evening, the coals covered with ash to preserve them through the night, and Mrs. Albright's first task was to uncover these coals and encourage them back into flame by adding small pieces of kindling and using the bellows to increase the flow of air to them. The bellows made their characteristic wheezing sound as she pumped them, and small clouds of ash rose from the grate and then settled back down, leaving a fine dust on the hearth that would need to be swept away later. The kindling caught relatively quickly, and she added larger pieces of coal to build up the fire to the point where it would provide sufficient heat for cooking and for warming water. While the fire was building, she lit the gas lamp in the kitchen, turning the valve to allow gas to flow, and then touching a match to the burner, waiting for the pop of ignition and the appearance of the flame. The light from this lamp made the kitchen seem suddenly smaller and more intimate, pushing the shadows back into the corners and making visible the familiar objects that filled the space. The large wooden table in the center, where she did most of her food preparation, the shelves lined with crockery and pots and pans, the bins that held flour and sugar and other dry goods, the strings of onions hanging from hooks in the ceiling, the general organized clutter of a kitchen that was used. Intensively every day, she filled the large kettle with water from the pump in the scullery and placed it on the range to heat, and then she began the process of assembling the components of breakfast for the lodgers, taking bread from the wooden box where it was stored and beginning to slice it into thick pieces that would be toasted over the fire or served with butter and jam. Some of the lodgers preferred porridge in the morning, and she set about preparing this as well, measuring oats and water into a large pot and adding a pinch of salt, stirring the mixture as it began to warm on the range. The sky outside the kitchen window was growing gradually lighter, the gray becoming less dark, the distinction between earth and sky becoming clearer as the ambient light increased. No sunrise would be visible from this window, which faced toward the back of the house and looked out onto the small yard where Mrs. Albright hung laundry on days when the weather permitted, but she could observe the general increasing brightness that indicated the approach of daybreak and the beginning of proper morning. As she worked, Mrs. Albright's mind was occupied partly with the tasks at hand and partly with the various matters that required her attention during the day ahead. The inventory of supplies that would need to be checked, the bed linens that were due to be changed in several of the rooms, the payment of rent that would be due from one of the lodgers who had been somewhat irregular in his payments and who might require a gentle reminder. These thoughts moved through her consciousness without urgency or particular emphasis, simply part of the ongoing mental process of managing the numerous responsibilities that constituted her role as keeper of this boarding house. The first sounds of movement from the upper floors began to filter down through the house around 6 o'clock, the creak of floorboards as someone rose from bed, the sound of a door opening, footsteps moving toward the water closet on the second-floor landing. Mrs. Albright registered these sounds without pausing in her work, simply noting them as evidence that the house was waking and that the lodgers would soon begin to emerge and make their way down to the dining room for breakfast. Mr. Pemberton was usually among the first to rise, needing to be at the docks by 7 o'clock when the morning shift began, and Mrs. Albright could hear his characteristic heavy tread on the stairs as he descended from the second floor. He appeared in the kitchen doorway a moment later, his hair still damp from the quick wash he had given himself in his room, his clothes the same work clothes he had cleaned and hung up the previous evening, ready for another day of labor. He nodded to Mrs. Albright in greeting, and she indicated with a gesture that breakfast would be ready shortly and that he should take a seat in the dining room. He disappeared in that direction, and she could hear the scrape of a chair being pulled out from the table and the sound of him settling himself to wait. The kettle on the range had come to a full boil, and she made tea in the large pot that she used for serving the lodgers, measuring the leave generously because she knew that working men appreciated strong tea and that weak tea was considered an insult to those who drank it. By the time she carried the teapot to the dining room, Mr. Ashford had also descended and taken his place at the table, and Mr. Thorne arrived shortly thereafter, the three men who needed to begin their working days earliest all present and waiting to be fed. Mrs. Albright brought plates of porridge and toast, and she poured tea for each man, and then she left them to eat while she returned to the kitchen to continue her preparations and to eat her own breakfast, which consisted of tea and a piece of toast consumed standing at the kitchen table, because sitting down seemed somehow wasteful when there was so much work to be done. The men ate quickly, knowing that they had limited time before they needed to depart for their respective places of employment, and they left the dining room within 20 minutes of having sat down, each one stopping briefly in the entrance hall to collect his cap and lunch pail before stepping out into the morning and pulling the front door closed behind him. The sound of the door closing 3 times in succession marked their departures, and then the house was quieter again, though not silent, because there were still 3 men asleep on the 3rd floor who worked later shifts and would not rise for another hour or 2. Mrs. Albright cleared the breakfast dishes from the dining room and washed them in the scullery, the hot water from the kettle mixed with cold from the pump, providing adequate temperature for dissolving the grease from the porridge bowls and making the plates clean again. Her hands moved through the water automatically, scrubbing and rinsing without conscious thought, her mind free to wander to other topics or to remain relatively empty, simply present to the physical sensations of warm water and soap and the smooth surfaces of the crockery. When the washing up was complete, she returned to the kitchen and began preparations for the midday meal, which would need to be ready for those lodgers who came home for their dinner and for herself as well. This preparation involved peeling potatoes and chopping vegetables and checking the larder to see what meat was available and in what condition. She found a piece of beef that would serve adequately if stewed with onions and carrots, and she set about cutting it into cubes and browning in a pan on the range before adding the vegetables and liquid to create the stew that would simmer for several hours until it was tender and flavorful. The light outside had strengthened considerably by this time, the sun having risen even though it was not visible from the windows at the back of the house, and the quality of the morning had changed from the uncertain gray of dawn to the clearer light of established day. The gas lamp in the kitchen was no longer strictly necessary, and Mrs. Albright turned it off to save fuel, allowing natural light from the window to provide the illumination she needed for her work. On the upper floors, the remaining lodgers were beginning to stir, the sounds of movement and the opening and closing of doors indicating that Davies and Fletcher and Howell were waking and beginning their own morning routines. These three men worked shifts that started later in the day, and so their rising was more leisurely than that of the earlier group, and their descent to breakfast would be staggered over the course of the next hour rather than all happening at once. Davies was the first of this second group to appear, coming down the stairs with the slightly slow movement of someone who is not yet fully awake, his eyes still somewhat puffy from sleep, and his hair sticking up in places where it had dried against his pillow in awkward positions. He took his place at the dining room table, and Mrs. Albright brought him porridge and toast and tea, and he ate in silence, focused entirely on the food before him, his mind perhaps still partly in whatever dreams he had been having before he woke. Fletcher followed perhaps 20 minutes later, and then Howell after another quarter hour, so that Mrs. Albright found herself making multiple trips between kitchen and dining room to serve each man as he arrived, a pattern that was slightly less efficient than serving everyone at once, but which had become the established routine of the house, and which she had long ago accepted as simply the way things were done. Each man ate, thanked her briefly, and then departed either back to his room to prepare for work or directly out the front door if he was already ready to leave. With breakfast concluded and the house emptied of all lodgers except those who were out at their employment, Mrs. Albright could turn her attention to the various cleaning and maintenance tasks that occupied her mornings. She made her way up the stairs, carrying with her the basket that held her cleaning supplies, cloths and brushes and bottles of various solutions for different purposes, and she began the process of tidying and maintaining the common areas of the house, the landings and the hallway, and the water closet that all the lodgers shared. The staircase received particular attention during these morning cleaning sessions, Mrs. Albright working her way down from the top floor, sweeping each tread and riser with a stiff brush to remove the accumulated dust and dirt that had been tracked up by muddy boots and worn off by the passage of many feet. The carpet runner on the center of the stairs was taken up once a week and beaten to remove the dust that had settled into its fibers, and the bare wood on either side was swept daily and mopped weekly with hot water and vinegar. The handrail received a weekly polishing with her beeswax and linseed oil mixture, the same treatment that the newel post received, and between these polishings she simply wiped it down with a damp cloth to remove any dust or fingerprints that had accumulated. The balusters that supported the handrail were likewise wiped clean, each one receiving attention in turn as she worked her way downward, her movements methodical and thorough, missing nothing, leaving each surface cleaner than it had been before she attended to it. The gas lamps on each landing were cleaned as well, the glass shades removed and washed in warm water to remove the soot that accumulated on their interiors from the burning gas, and the brass fittings polished until they gleamed. Mrs. Albright extinguished each lamp before cleaning it, turning the valve to stop the flow of gas and allowing the flame to die, and then removing the shade and taking it to the scullery for washing. When the shade was clean and dry, she would return it to its place and relight the lamp, though during the daytime hours she would leave the flame very low, providing minimal light, but maintaining the pilot flame so that the lamp could be easily turned up when evening arrived. The work of cleaning the staircase and landings took approximately 2 hours, bringing the time to nearly 11 o'clock, and Mrs. Albright descended once more to the kitchen to check on the stew that had been simmering and to prepare the rest of the midday meal. The stew was progressing well, the meat becoming tender and the vegetables softening and the liquid reducing and concentrating into a rich sauce that would be flavorful and satisfying. She added a bit more water to ensure that the stew would not become too thick, and she adjusted the seasoning with salt and pepper, tasting it with a spoon and considering whether it needed anything else. Satisfied that the stew was developing as it should, she turned her attention to preparing additional bread to serve with it, slicing thick pieces from the loaf and arranging them on a plate that she covered with a clean cloth to keep them from drying out. She also prepared a simple salad from lettuce and radishes that she had purchased from the market the previous day, dressing it with vinegar and a small amount of oil and setting it aside until it would be time to serve the meal. The front door opened and closed at approximately 11:30, and Mrs. Albright looked up from her work to see which of the lodgers had returned for dinner. It was Mr. Thorne, whose place of employment was close enough that he could walk home during his midday break and take his meal at the boarding house rather than purchasing something from a street vendor or bringing food with him to eat at his desk. He removed his hat and coat and hung them on their customary hooks, and he proceeded to the dining room to wait for the meal to be served. Mrs. Albright brought him his portion of stew and bread and salad, and she poured him tea from a fresh pot that she had made in anticipation of his arrival. He thanked her and began to eat, and she left him to his meal while she returned to the kitchen to take her own dinner, standing as usual at the kitchen table, eating more quickly than Mr. Thorne because she had other tasks to complete and could not afford to spend a lengthy time at her meal. By the time she had finished eating and had washed her dishes, Mr. Thorne had completed his own meal and had departed back to his office, leaving behind his empty dishes to be collected and washed. Mrs. Albright performed this task with the same efficiency she brought to all her work, and then she turned her attention to preparing the lodgers' supper, which would need to be ready by 8 o'clock that evening when most of them would return from their work. The afternoon passed in a succession of small tasks, none of them particularly demanding individually, but which collectively consumed several hours. Mrs. Albright went to the market to purchase vegetables and meat for the coming days, walking the 6 streets that separated the boarding house from the nearest market square, where vendors sold produce from carts and stalls, and where the prices were lower than they would be in proper shops, but where the quality was more variable and required careful inspection and selection. She haggled briefly with a vendor over the price of carrots, and she examined several pieces of mutton before selecting one that seemed to offer the best value for money, neither too expensive nor of obviously poor quality. The process of shopping required perhaps an hour, and then she walked back to the boarding house, carrying her purchases in the cloth bag she had brought for this purpose, her arms growing tired from the wait, but her pace remaining steady because stopping to rest would only prolong the journey and delay her return to the house. Back in the kitchen, she put away her purchases and began the process of preparing the evening meal, cutting the mutton into portions and preparing vegetables to accompany it. The work was familiar and required little conscious thought, her hands moving through the motions that she had performed thousands of times over the years she had been managing this boarding house, cutting and chopping and arranging with an efficiency that came from long practice. The afternoon light slanted through the kitchen window, creating patterns on the floor and on the walls that shifted gradually as the sun moved across the sky. Mrs. Albright worked steadily, pausing only occasionally to rest her hands or to step to the back door and look out at the small yard, checking the weather and simply giving herself a brief moment away from the concentrated attention that cooking required. At approximately 4 o'clock, she heard sounds from above that indicated one or more of the lodgers had returned, though it was difficult to tell from the kitchen who specifically had arrived or how many of them were present. These early returns were not unusual on days when work was slow or when shifts ended at irregular times, and Mrs. Albright simply registered the sounds as information about the state of the house, without feeling any need to investigate or intervene unless someone specifically called for her attention. The preparation of supper continued through the remainder of the afternoon, the mutton being roasted in the oven of the range, and the vegetables being boiled in pots on top of the range, and the smell of cooking food began to fill the kitchen and drift through the house, announcing to anyone present that the evening meal was approaching and would soon be ready. This smell was one of the defining characteristics of the boarding house in the hours before supper, a combination of roasting meat and boiled vegetables and the ever-present undertone of coal smoke from the range, familiar and somehow comforting in its predictability. As 6 o'clock approached and then arrived, the lodgers began to return from their various employments, the pattern of arrivals similar to that of the previous evening, staggered over the course of an hour or more as each man finished his work and made his way back through the streets to the boarding house. Each arrival was marked by the opening and closing of the front door, by footsteps in the entrance hall, by the sound of boots on the stairs, as each man climbed to his room to remove his work clothes and wash before descending again for supper. Mr. Pemberton arrived first, as he often did, his shift at the warehouse having ended at 6 o'clock, giving him just enough time to walk home and begin his evening routine. He exchanged a brief greeting with Mrs. Albright as he passed through the entrance hall, and then he climbed the stairs to his room on the second floor, his footsteps heavy, as always, communicating fatigue even more clearly than they had the previous evening, because this was now the second consecutive day of hard labor, and his muscles had not fully recovered from the first. Mr. Ashford arrived perhaps 15 minutes later, and then Davies and Fletcher together, having finished their work at the docks at approximately the same time and having walked home in each other's company. The two men were engaged in conversation as they entered, their voices audible through the walls as they climbed toward their shared floor, and the conversation continued for some time, even after they had reached their rooms, the sound of it a low murmur that provided a kind of companionable background noise to the otherwise quiet house. By 7:30, all of the lodgers except Howell had returned, and Mrs. Albright was beginning to serve supper to those who wished to eat in the dining room, rather than going out to take their meal at a public house or cook shop. 4 of the men had chosen to eat at the boarding house this evening, and she brought them their plates of roasted mutton and vegetables, and she poured tea for each of them, and then she left them to eat while she took her own meal in the kitchen, standing, as was her custom. The sounds of eating came from the dining room, The familiar scrape and clink of cutlery against plates, the occasional murmured comment or request for something to be passed, the general low-level noise of men consuming food together without engaging in extensive conversation. Mrs. Albright listened to these sounds while she ate her own supper, recognizing in them the ordinary rhythms of communal living, the small negotiations and adjustments that people made when sharing space and resources. After the meal had been concluded and the plates had been cleared and washed, the lodgers dispersed once more to their individual rooms or to the front parlor where they might read newspapers or sit in relative warmth rather than burning their own coal or gas in their private rooms. This post-supper period was one of the quieter times in the boarding house. Everyone present, but not actively moving about, settled into whatever activities or rest they had chosen for the remainder of the evening. Mrs. Albright completed the washing up and put the kitchen in order for the night, banking the range once more so that the fire would last until morning, wiping down all surfaces, sweeping the floor, checking that everything was put away and ready for the following day. When these tasks were complete, she made her way through the ground floor, performing her nightly checks of doors and windows, and then she began the process of dimming the gas lamps, starting at the top of the house and working her way downward, reducing the flow of gas to each lamp until the flame was small and economical. The staircase, which had been the pathway for so much movement during the day, now settled into its nighttime stillness, the dimmed lamps casting their faint yellow glow on the landings, the handrail and balusters standing quiet and still, waiting for the morning when the cycle would begin again, when feet would once more climb and descend, when doors would once more open and close, when the boarding house would once more wake and fill with the sounds and smells and movements of ordinary human life being lived in all its repetitive dailiness. Mrs. Albright stood at the foot of the stairs as she had the previous evening, looking upward toward the dimly lit landings above, and she felt the same sense of completion that she had felt then, the satisfaction of another day's work done adequately, if not perfectly, another day of maintaining this structure and these lives that intersected within it. She dimmed the final lamp and turned toward her room, where sleep was waiting to receive her and to restore her strength for tomorrow's identical round of tasks. The house settled into its deepest quiet as Mrs. Albright closed the door to her room and extinguished her candle, surrendering herself to the darkness and to sleep. The boarding house stood there in the night, its occupants breathing softly in their separate rooms, the gas lamps maintaining their patient vigil on the landings, the rain that had threatened during the late afternoon having held off, leaving the streets damp but not actively wet, the air cool and still in that particular way that belongs to autumn evenings when the warmth of the day has fully dissipated and the chill of approaching winter can be felt waiting just beyond the present moment. The staircase remained as it had been for 40 years, connecting and dividing, rising through the center of the house in its steady progression from ground to roof, the wood of its construction darkened by time, and where, the carpet runner faded but still serviceable, the brass fixtures polished to a gleam that caught and reflected the dim lamplight. It would be there in the morning when the lodgers rose and descended to begin another day, and it would be there in the evening when they returned, and it would be there for years and decades to come, long after these particular lodgers had moved on to other accommodations or other cities or other circumstances entirely, the staircase outlasting them all, patient and solid and unchanging except in the slowest and most gradual of ways. Sleep well, dear listener, and may your sleep be as deep and peaceful as that of a guest house, settling into the quiet hours before dawn. Thank you for allowing these gentle moments to accompany you as you drift off to sleep. If you have found solace here, you're always welcome to return. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, comment, and like. Until we meet again in another quiet corner of the past, sleep peacefully and wake up refreshed. Remember, tomorrow is the first day of the rest of your life. Good night.